A purple ghost in the machine, a virus with a new purpose unseen, mocking those who let their guard down. Now a protector in the shadows she's found. Lost in a world of binaries, where friends and foes blur with ease. A ghost exit haunting the dark web, seeking justice for the innocent reprieve. Doubt consumes her mind, the line between good and evil undefined. I am the ghost virus, the keeper of the code, locking away the malice. In the darkness I call home, guardian of the data, protecting the digital realm. But the darkness inside me sometimes takes control. Her friends rally to her side as she battles the virus, urges she can't hide. Quarantined until she finds her way back to the light from the dark she strayed. A protector with a taste for vengeance against those who so digital malevolence. Her heart torn between righteousness and wrath in the cyber war path. A ghost in the machine, fighting a battle unseen. I am the ghost virus, the keeper of the code, locking away the malice. In the darkness I call home, guardian of the data, protecting the digital realm. But the darkness inside me sometimes takes control. I am the ghost virus, the keeper of the code, locking away the malice. In the darkness I call home, guardian of the data, protecting the digital realm. But the darkness inside me sometimes takes control. I am the ghost virus, the keeper of the code, locking away the malice. In the darkness I call home, guardian of the data, protecting the digital realm. But the darkness inside me sometimes takes control. Oh!
There we go. I don't know what was going on there. Somehow my volume got changed. Anyway, hello everyone, it's your gracious ghost, the Jelly Ghost, and it is a good morning, and I guess it's good I'm awake this early. I feel bad, I haven't been able to stay up as much, so I haven't been able to get as much done, surprisingly. I guess I have, I just haven't been able to hang out with my friends as much. Hold on, where's my music? I need my music. We're doing a chill stream today. There we go. So we're doing a chill stream today. We are going to be working on a commission I have with Gigi. For those who know Gigi, they are a really fun streamer. I like to watch them now and then. And this is their character, Nathan, or Nathaniel, in World of Warcraft, who I just adore this man so much. Literally got commissioned to draw him because I'm supposed to make this man into a thirst trap. I think I'm doing pretty well. I am the one who's been simping for this character the longest. Fight me on this. But yeah, he's a Forsaken character who I just realized I forgot the nail lines on. Can't have that. I need to mark my layers. I never do in the sketch phase. Well, not sketch phase, the line art phase. Here we are. Let's fix that real quick. Because he has the lines over here, and I want to put them over here as well. It adds a little bit more of that texture to him. There's a mistake I see there too. There we go. Add a little bit more to this one. Don't like it as much. There we go. Good enough. Where's the chest part? There it is. Look at this handsome man. Look at him. I'm hoping to give him a little bit less of a baby face once I actually get into the details, but we shall see. By details, I mean like, I'm pretty much in the line art phase. I'm just finishing up cleaning up the throne, which I'm cleaning up the sketch for it. I've already gotten all of this pretty much done, which is pretty much just like weird. It's supposed to kind of just be weird, abstract kind of design for the panels here. It's not going to be as noticeable once I actually get into coloring it. Oop. I was on the wrong layer. So, like I said, I'm just using a sketch and just cleaning it up because I am not going to redo all the line work exactly. Oh, whoa. We were just talking about you because this is your drawing. This is your commission. Which again, thank you so much. I'm gonna give you a shout out real quick. Everyone should go and follow Gigi. Go follow. He is sweetheart, he is baby. Won't be able to chat much, but still, that's fine. You are absolutely fine. Not like I wanted to chat. No, I'm kidding. I am gonna probably poke you on Discord if you're not in the stream, just so I can like have you look at the colors and see if you like it before I start going into the actual shading part. And just to make sure there isn't any other changes you may want. I gotta zoom in some more. I gotta move my mic, that's what I gotta do so I'm actually in comfortable drawing position. I don't care, take the love. Take the love. Alright. Ugh, I cannot get comfortable. Ooh, I need to stretch. I need to do exercises more. I really do. I keep saying I should, and I never do. I just have no idea where the day goes. I think I just spend too much time role-playing. I probably should role-play less. Which is sad, but it's something I've been coming to realize is I roleplay too much. But now I got a competition coming up, so now I've got to train for that too. I gotta go and play some games and try to get good. A little bit of shading, just to add some texture to it. If you guys want to chat, just let me know. I will happily talk with chat. I'm just kind of chill as I work on this. All I really need for line art is this throne. I keep calling it the chair, which I think is funny because I feel like Sanyo calls it the chair, and I could just see Nethami like, no, it's my throne. It sounds cooler. But she just thinks he's so cute. She calls it the chair. I think sometimes she would probably forget how much of. No, I don't think she would really forget. I think she remembers how powerful he is, because she still like often like suggests his help for stuff. But to her, he's not just a powerful warlock. He's your sweet boy. He's the one she likes to cuddle. He's just sweet and just the nicest thing to her. One of the best things in the world to her. A vine. Some of these lines are too thick. They were just mostly just I just mostly just wrote. All I did was like a big vine like this, and then I just kind of hollowed out the middle. So now I'm just kind of evening it out a little bit more. I did try to fix some measurements, which is why like you have some of this part sticking out a little bit, because I didn't really try to like measure it when I was sketching it. I was just getting the shape of the chair, and then I kind of fixed it a little bit better as I was finalizing the design. bit of a pain to fix.
Chat. I begged Jelly to kill me this morning so I didn't have to go to work, and she said no. Does she hate me?
Look, I already said I try to keep you in bed, and you try to bite me instead. So, you know what? I try to use my own method that didn't require me going to prison, and you resorted to violence. So, you know, I did my part. You just weren't happy with it. Besides, you woke me up with your alarm. I could have slept in. I could have. No, I stayed up to cuddle with you. See, you're not gonna find any video.
Also, I can barely hear you.
I don't know why. My mic audio got thrown off. Hold on. Is that any better? I could probably turn down the music too. My mic gain is all the way up. Let me try turning out the noise suppression. I did have my noise suppression on because... No, that's already off. Huh. Okay, that's better. Alright, good. I also still kind of got the sleepy voice, so... I'm a little bit quieter. How's work, Skull?
Take that, depression!
No depression. I really should just listen to Lucifer. Not something I would have thought I would have said 10 years ago, but you know what? Maybe when I'm feeling depressed, I should just go, take that, depression. Just make that my happy noise. I just imagine that in the Helloverse, a common phrase is like, you know, what would Lucifer
Someone
do?
get me out of here.
No. I feel like in the Helloverse universe, they often go, what would Lucifer do? And then they don't realize what he would do is just make ducks. Just avoid the problem. And they're like, aha, he would react with violence. He would not. I try to get you from going there in the first place. This is your fault. You have no one to blame but yourself. Sash, I don't think escaping into a chill stream like this, or it's just like nice little music, is the best escape either. It's just gonna make you sleepy. It's trying to make me sleepy. But I am determined to finish this chair and get into the base colors. I expect a nap is in my future later. It's comfy. Yeah. I'm just not used to being awake on like 5 hours of sleep like somebody.
Back to my suffering.
You made me suffer by making me be up this early. I don't know. I was so tired yesterday. I had to balance playing Mimicry with Skarnon, and then the migration, and then getting dinner together, and I can't even remember what else I did. Yesterday was such a blur. It was fun. It was such a blur. I just can't remember things. What did I do yesterday? Now hold on, I gotta think about it. What did I do yesterday besides that? What happened before 4 o'clock? I don't think I slept in.
That was your choice. You could have stayed in bed.
Yeah, but you woke me up too much. What did I do yesterday? It was Sunday. So I probably slept in. I think I slept in. Ugh, hurts my brain trying to remember what I ever do. Spent all of yesterday
I spent all of
playing,
yesterday evening playing Zenless Zone Zero. Finally caught up in the story.
I still haven't played it, but I like the guy with the guy with the like red leather jacket and the mask. I've seen his trailers. I thought he was adorable. Very Deadpool vibes. I'm not really interested in gacha games though, so I tried giving it a shot with what was that one called? The one with the annoying little girl. And then the voice actor turned out to be just as annoying. Paimon. I remember the name of the character. Can't remember the name of the game. Genshin Impact, that was it. Yeah. Genuinely Impact. Thank you. Thank you. Fucking love autocorrect. Genuinely Impact. I know, but it's funny. Billy's a robot and absolutely adorable dork who's madly into Kamen Rider. I love those kind of characters. We love the adorkables. Nathan's kind of adorkable. Yeah, he's an adorkable. That's what I love about the character. He's so sweet, but like if you piss him off, like just look that face. He knows he can destroy you if he decides to make violence the answer. I could talk about this nerd all day. I feel bad I haven't had the chance to answer the questions of the day in Hearthbound, but like I always love reading them, and I always love when like a lot of times it's mostly Sonya that's just like keeping him motivated and keeping him going. And like everything he does is for her, and it's like it's so sweet. Which Sonya really needs. he's like her ride or die partner. But like at the same time, I feel like if like Sanyo's really doing something wrong, he would tell her that and you know like give her advice. Which I think is funny because there's so many people who are so against Sanyo getting revenge against Greylane, but like Nathan's like no, she needs this. I'm gonna help her with this. She needs her revenge. Like he knows that I think he knows better that she's like, yeah, he's very ride or die. But at the same time, I feel like he's also the voice of reason between them. So like if she was actually doing something really bad, he would tell her like, hey, hold on, let's think this through. Love of my life, please just sit down. Let's talk about this. And she'll listen, because all she ever wants to do is whenever they do sit down and talk is just squeeze this man. He's like the one that causes cuteness aggression on her, and it's probably worse now that she's an orc. She gets so happy whenever she sees him. It was kind of funny though because like Sanyo was talking to Miri, and Miri being an infinite dragon who has seen different timelines, Sanyo asked like, "Hey, is there like ever a timeline where I end up taking
Take that, depression!
Is there ever a timeline where I ended up taking over Azeroth?" Because she knows that, you know, like if things had just gone a little bit differently, and if she decided just to like jump into whatever Netha was doing, that probably could have happened. And Miri's like, yeah, actually there's some. And like Sanyo that didn't even have to ask. She knew that there was likely nothing involved in that. She wouldn't have done it without him. But she's fine with how they are. She feels like, you know, if she did, that would just be way too much trouble. She already has to deal with enough stuff. For a second, my brain started thinking of that one song that I used to love in Final Fantasy XIV. What was it? The Flow Pulse remix, and I want to go listen to it real quick. There was like a piano in the start of the song, and it made me start thinking about it. Now I want to go look for it. I will in a second. I'm almost done with this panel. do miss Final Fantasy. I just wish it was just easier to like find people in it as it was in
Drink
WoW.
water, you dehydrated bitch!
Fuck, I forgot to get water. Why would you do this to me? I'll get water in a bit. Look, it's morning. I shouldn't have to drink water as soon as I get up. I still need to catch up. Yeah, I last left off in Endwalkers, like a patch before Endwalkers ended up. Yeah, like, it was like a patch before Endwalker. Or a patch. The second to last patch of Endwalker is what I'm trying to say. God, I miss the music though. Flow, Pulse, Remix. What's it called, Flow? No, what was it called? Oh, it was Neat Dark Waters. That's the one I'm thinking of. Could have sworn there was a Flow remix. There is a Flow remix, but it wasn't Pulse. Yeah, it's a Flow Together. If I have to suffer before I get to suffer getting water, I'll get it in a bit. I'm just getting some Final Fantasy music playing on my end. My brave little spark of all you wanted, what is a star? I've heard a male cover of this song, and honestly, as much as people hate on Shadowlands, it kind of makes me want to draw Pelagos as the new Arbiter, because I feel like this, I feel like Flo would be very fitting for him. I can't stay long. I just want to say I hope you have a great stream. Okay, you have fun suffering at work. I will see you later. Oops. My mic keeps getting in the way. Music isn't coming through, or it's coming through very quietly. Oh yeah, it's Square Enix, so I'm not gonna play the music on the stream. I don't want them to come after me. If I could, I would. Hey Mary, how you doing? Doing alright, just in the tail. Nice. I want to RP, but I want to work on other stuff first, because I kind of needed a break this weekend. And I say I kind of needed a break as in, I was catching up on other things I still needed to do. So I'm just trying to get everything out of the way. I feel bad because I haven't been able to roleplay as much. But it's going to be a very busy month until this competition passes. Yeah, that's alright. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah. I just missed the roleplay. Gotta figure out what we're gonna do about the Mansid, because he's not talking, no matter what they do. So Sonny's probably gonna ask if, like, Miri wants to kill it. You need to have torture time. I mean, I was just gonna mostly leave it in the background, but I'm okay if you want to do something with that. It was just supposed to be ideally in the morning, which obviously I wasn't gonna be around for. Because I usually sleep in way too late. This is an abnormality for me. Ugh. I say as I start yawning. Alright, I just got these two panels over here, and then this one over here. And then we can start getting into the colors. Let's see a drawing. I am drawing. I don't think you've had the chance to meet him, but this is Nathan. He's a Forsaken Warlock who is Sanyo's partner. I don't think you had the chance to meet him. But yeah, he's around. And she just thinks he's the most adorable guy ever. I think I've seen him once but never met them. Yeah, he's really nice. And they're currently in the chat. We're kind of going back and forth between work. But like, this man causes cuteness aggression in Sonya whenever she sees him. She just wants to squeeze him. We were just saying earlier, he's our ride or die. And he's been one of the ones who's been helping her with her plans for Greylane. So that's been fun. Is that not every twin Sonya meets? I wouldn't say she gets cuteness aggression from a lot of people. She's known nothing since Miss Pandaria. And she likes that, you know, like, he never really, like she knows that she knows who he is. So I think, like, that's her biggest turn on, is that she knows his truth. She knows everything about him. She knows that there's nothing deceptive about him. So she just, like, drops all her guard with him. Sonya, more like Gayo. You forgot the N. You can't even spell it right. God. Miri's hooking her nose more and more into the Greylane stuff. She got it in with Umbra too. Yep. There's a few people that are involved in it. Like, basically the best way to get involved in it is to have Sonya trust you. And not Sonya, then Umbra. Because they both are victims of Greylane. But Sunny's a little bit slower to trust. Luckily, she's starting to trust Miri because they're spending so much time together, and they had the talks with Silco and stuff. So she started talking to them about Greylane. I don't understand what's going on. Yuffie never hangs out with me. Well, every time I try to hang out with you, you go AFK. You hoe. This is why I divorced you. You went AFK at our wedding, too. Technically, it was Ash who went AFK at a wedding when Yuffie and Ash got married. I did not slander. Well, you know what? How are you gonna disprove it?
Emotional, damn it!
You went AFK at our children you went AFK while I was in labor with our child. You gotta get kidnapped sometimes. It doesn't help that Sanya's not really hearthbound. So she doesn't really come around camp that much. The only time she really comes by to camp is just to visit some friends sometimes. Mostly to kidnap them for some bad idea that she has. Or because she thinks someone, aka Silco, is pretty useless without them. Just like she thinks that he needs friends. Because before bringing him to Hearthbound, she was pretty much the only person he ever hung out with. As far as I know. I never see him with anyone else, and I would just like kidnap him for a while. So, she started bringing him to Hearthbound just so he has other friends besides her. Listen, keep it up and I'll fly upside down. Okay, that doesn't sound as much of a threat as you think it does. Actually, that would probably be pretty intimidating. Aries hung up a few times now. She's one of the ones that's started getting whenever Sanya's not around to torment him, Miri is there to do it now. They tag out sometimes. Or they just do it together. I did it last night, everyone seems confused. I must be able to do that. I could do that. I don't know why I'm saying it like I can. I just haven't done it. I used to love doing it on Yuffie's cheek cloud because she would just be sitting upside down. I think I used to annoy Ash with that. You know, why should it annoy Ash though? You know, they could do the Spider-Man kiss. It's just that, you know, she's the one that's doing it. Okay, I gotta stop, like, focusing so much on the details because no one's gonna pay attention to the details of these panels as much. Except you guys probably will because you're assholes and you'll probably pay attention to it when the final result. I'm kidding. Don't cancel me. Ticket time, no! Ticket time means work! You know what, Elf, I need to take care of the ticket. I'm not gonna touch it. You do it. I'm delegating. I'm putting all my problems on you. I swear to God, if I hear a ding on Discord. Oh, but joke's on you, I don't hear dings while I'm streaming. Also, okay, it's because I end up doing something else because I'm easily distracted. I like shinies. I'm shiny. I'll delete the ticket. Good job. Just throw it out. Just throw it out the window. Burn it. How much more do I got? Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta start moving.
Jack_Kerrigan has joined the Digital Grave website.
It's a stinko! Hey, Sil. How you doing? Good. Now we were just talking about how Miri and Sanya now tag out on being able to torment Silco. We 100% were. I'm at least woman enough to own up to it. I thought I felt my elf ears burning. Oh, something else is gonna be burning in a second. I don't know what I meant by that. I guess your ears, I mean, I guess your eyes always are always burning. Women don't have to end anything. Okay, fuck off. What do you mean I don't own up to everything? Like, you know, try me. Try me. Tell me something I did that I won't own up to. Try me. I'm glad Skull's not in the chat right now. He would help me so quick. I bet you so you guys are gonna actually try me, and the first words are gonna be, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Wait. I can already see it coming. Chat got real quiet now. I feel like you guys are trying to like come up with something now. You guys got real quiet. Chat, please. Chat, stop plotting. You guys are leaving me alone now. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take that acknowledgement. Also, anything that Sanyo does doesn't count, okay? Sanyo is a whole other creature than me. We have established that when it comes to RP, I am a chameleon and none of my characters are ever really alike. And it's never really obvious that it's me. It never counts! It never counts! Look, Sanyo is so... I don't even know how to describe her. She's just a creature that I just let write herself. It's not me! One of the things that always surprises people that I'll say when they, especially after they just met Sanyo, is that I am 100% straight. I am not into women. But Sanyo has written herself to become a pansexual mess. And I just write whatever whatever she ends up doing. It's kind of why she's at least male-leaning. I'm at least grateful that she's male-leaning. But it is not my thing. I'm technically on the A spectrum. I don't know where I'm at on it. But I'm technically on it, and Sanyo is just all over. Pan for the win. She's very much like Umbra. It's not even a hole's a goal. It's just, if it's a hole or a pole, or it's a goal. She's not as bad as she used to be, though. She used to be such a mess. She would drag people out. Not drag people out, but like, she would go behind the tail just to mess around with people for like one night stands. And she was just a mess. She's not like that as much anymore. If anything, she's been wanting more cuddles. She literally just has friends with benefits just because like she likes the affection of like it not being just like, you know, like a quick fling. It's just like it's just bonding with friends, you know? Are you even friends if you don't sleep with the homies? Are you even friends if you can't sleep with the homies and cuddle with them after? It's like, you know, like relationships, but without the relationship. Kiss your homies, yeah. Always get each other through dry spells. Soko was literally talking to no one at all ever until she pried him off the wall and just decided he was gonna hang out. Well, that's the funny thing is, like, she had been leaning against the bar and it was so quiet, and literally was like me and her were both just like staring like straight ahead at Silco because he was just there for the longest time. And just as like she was like debating, yeah, I'll go talk to him, you moved away from the wall towards the bar. I thought you were just moving to leave, but I was like, oh, okay, he's actually moving, he's alive. Alright, Sonny, go ahead and talk to him. Play nice with the other kids. Because I know you really wanted to talk to him. And Sonny was like, oh, hey, you moved. I just thought you were like staring at me or something because you were right across the bar from me. Oh, my mouse is acting up. I literally never got flirted at for the first age of me here, and now Miri has explored multiple of the tavern rooms with others. Was it a TRP hole? You totally was, though. He was just like checking her out. There wasn't much to check out because he's blind, but like, you know, he's just like, damn, that soul is a mess. That's just a human soul right there. What the fuck is she doing here? She's not really doing anything. I'm gonna get a drink. Everybody's hotter with Spectral Sight. Yeah, them clouds. I don't even remember how it looks like, really. Sonia isn't really even sure what she identifies as. She definitely doesn't feel like an orc yet. She's still learning that. She doesn't ever really feel like she ever, like, she likes being forsaken, but she felt like she didn't really relate to them because she never really hung out with them. She always used to get looked down on for being a cata baby. And then, like, she just didn't like how she just kind of kept to that, and just like, they're always boring and never want to do anything. They're always just gloomy, so I'm not gonna hang out with them. She tried to for a while, but it was still pretty boring for her. She feels like there's a positive change going on with the Forsaken, but it was never really anything that took off from that. So she doesn't really identify as Forsaken, and she's been not human for so long. She doesn't really feel like she's human either. What do you smell? You smell like Frock. Ghost orc. Well, it is funnier because, like I've said before, she has an OC version that is a ghost, so it would be kind of funny. And I think that's where, like, it's kind of like there's like different versions of Sonya, and they've all kind of bounced off each other in different inspirations, and now I can't tell who started what, because I feel like Sonya. So that became Sonya's thing, where she would just switch bodies. I thought it was a really interesting, like, story for her to be exploring. And then I made her in D&D as, like, a changeling. I think that came first. I think her changing bodies in WoW became a thing first. But then it just kind of, like, her becoming a changeling in D&D kind of sparked this back into World of Warcraft, and they're kind of, like, bouncing off each other. I won't be surprised there's Lightforged Forsaken, but they better look as pretty as Kalia, because I will probably end up making Yuffie Lightforged then. It just makes sense. If they're as pretty as Kalia, then yeah, Yuffie would. I don't know how that would work lore-wise. No, I'm pretty sure, like, I guess it would depend if, like, Yuffie had to get killed again to be raised by the light or something. That would be a pretty interesting story. Depends how whatever like lore they end up doing it as. But it would be interesting if they can convert current Forsaken into Lightforged. At this point though, I've just kind of like just become accepting of whatever lore Blizzard throws at us now. Which is funny because I used to be such a lore elitist when I was younger. And now I'm just not really like picky about it. I remember my roommate was like saying about how the Volpera don't really act like Volpera, they act like more like goblins. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean like they've been a part of the Horde for like 7 years. It makes sense that there's some personality overlap as they learn to adapt into the culture and accept different parts of the culture and become more like their whole thing was that they learn how to become more independent and, you know, like do their own thing instead of what's expected of them. So like I don't care. Like people could do whatever they want. I mean Blizz doesn't care as much, so I'm not going to. But yeah, I used to be like one of those lore elitists when I was younger. And now I'm just like, whatever, roleplay whatever you want. Hearthstone's great for that, honestly. You'll be able to roleplay things that you probably normally can't in the cities. And in Hearthstone, no one really cares. I hate most ally raises. Most could have been customization. They could have. They really should have. I try not to think about it too much or I go into a nerd rage. And have you seen Stormwind? Not much. But we did have Lonnie in there. Which is why I don't really care. Some things that shouldn't be RP but are. That's what I'm saying is like most people probably just ignore them. That's what I kinda used to do. I was kind of like a lore elitist, but at the same time I wasn't actually going out of my way. I would just kinda ignore them. Just kinda avoid them. There are some people I feel like they're not like it's not really because of lore. I just kind of avoid them because I feel like they're just ERP characters. Like it feels like a fetish, but I don't go out of my way to like cause some problems. I just avoid them. Which is ironic because I feel like a lot of people think that's what Sonya is, but she really isn't. She actually doesn't like mess around as much as people think she does. Especially now. In fact, I think the only person I'm trying to think of anyone she's ever actually like initiated. I think she's only initiated like I'm trying to actually think of when she initiated. I think the only times that she actually initiated ERP with anyone is with Nethan. And even then, Nethan's like, no, please, can we take things slow? And so I was like, fine. Until like one time. But that was pretty much it. But like, compared to back then, she doesn't really initiate sexual stuff anymore. Does blind guy feel up count? Yeah, I'm not ERP. I usually try not to aim, go for it. Yeah, that's pretty much where Sanyo is right now. She's also kind of like in that phase where like she feels like people are only after her for sex. So she's not been initiating it or, you know, anything romantic with people. She wants to see if people would go for her first. Otherwise, like, you know, she's like, oh, they're just after like one thing. And it's not me. But no, actually, I wouldn't say that the blind guy feel up doesn't count because she was drunk. And you know, she was doing it because, you know, he's blind. If she doesn't do it, she's a terrible person. He just wanted to see what outfit she was wearing. I wish I could take Sunny out for mojitos. She hasn't been drinking as much. She should start drinking again. Meanwhile, the drunk puppy girl failing at flirting with a dead dragon only get told to get the life together. Like, Sonya's been wanting to kind of ask out Danny, but she's also like, but we're both problems. I feel like I wouldn't be good for her. She's so sweet. honestly, Sonya's probably gonna get... If, like, Sonya gets drunk around Danny, she's probably gonna ask her out. But at the same time, she's just worried because she feels like she has too much baggage, and she feels like she can't really help people right now. Being blind is a good excuse to feel people up. I don't want to think that's what my parents are doing. Don't feel people up. I can confirm, as a person with blind people do not feel each other up as much. At least in front of me. I did not expect Umbra to flirt with Mirai as hard as he did. Oh, Umbra will flirt. He's a hard flirt. If anything, Umbra has been kind of chill. It's been kind of sus. But man, the tea between Sonya and Umbra has been interesting lately. So, lore. Umbra loves pets so much people think it's therapy. It's so stupid. Yeah, Umbra got his mojo back. It's not! Oh, it depends where you're petting. And which head you're petting. But man, the tea between Sanyo and Umbra is getting real interesting. So a bit of lore backdrop. Sanyo and Umbra have been friends, like, pretty much since Sanyo was risen as Forsaken. So, she's like 35 now, and she was risen, so like 16 years ago. And they kind of just immediately, like, took off as, like, ride or die friends. They were just there for each other and very close together. So... like, Twitch went to an ad as soon as you said which head. The higher ups are listening and are like, so no head? So yeah, so they met each other not long after Sonya was raised, and they hit it off, and they've been best friends ever since. And he's been, like, fiercely loyal to her. He's always been... He was one of her first ride or dies, to the point where a lot of times where he had to change bodies, he would try to have it to match hers, because she was doing her body when she started doing her body changes. But he was also very much in love with Sanyo, and he still is. And Sanyo, despite being the poly mess that she is, for some reason just cannot return those feelings. She has tried, but she feels like it was always kind of forced, and she always just kind of saw him as a friend. Which is weird for her, because a lot of times she falls for friends. That's the best flirt you can be able to get her to fall for you. Just become a friend. Because she likes attention, and she likes feeling like, you know, like she's, you know, like someone loves her for something beyond just sex, just, you know, being friends. So, but she just couldn't. This guy was poor man, was forced into the friend zone for so long, and she was trying really hard to get him out, and she just couldn't. Which is funny, because, like, I tried, but only time I think I could see her is Red Reach stuff, but that's literally 11 p.m. at night, so I can never attend. Yeah, she's not really heartbound. If anything, I've been kind of thinking about trying to find a separate guild for her, just so she has something going, because she doesn't really see herself as heartbound. She has her kids at home, and she doesn't think she can really go out and travel regularly, and then they can. And she feels like she's not going in the spirit of things if she's just portaling all the time. So she just doesn't. She just sometimes visits. Her son sometimes comes by, though. Who I keep meaning to roleplay, and I just haven't had any chance to. Anyway, so yeah. Umbra always kind of, like, you know, is like, you know, like, it should have been me, not him, every time she dates someone. But he eventually came to accept it. And they both agree there's definitely something there. There's definitely feelings there that's just, like, more than platonic, but not really romantic. And he's just kind of accept that. And, you know, like, she still loves him. She just never really loved him, like, in a romantic way. like they loved each other enough in a sense that a lot of times they'll regularly say that they love each other. So that's how it was for years. And it was kind of funny because like Umbra came to her and told her that he was forming feelings for Divdrin, and he's like, I don't know what to do. Or he didn't say that he was forming feelings for like Divdrin, but like he's like, I don't know what to do. I feel like happy, and there's like butterflies, and I always get really excited whenever I see him. And Sonya's like, oh, yeah, you're in love, and basically told him to go for it. So it was kind of funny because like she admitted it to him, like, yeah, for some reason I know that, you know, every time I've tried to start a relationship, it always felt forced, but like for some reason I'm kind of jealous of Divdrin right now, but you should go for it, you know, I'm happy for you, because like he's literally never been in love with anyone else but Sonya before then. So she told him just to go for it, but like she couldn't figure out like why she was feeling like kind of like not really jealous, but like she kind of wished it was her that could have made him that, well, like she does make him happy, but like she wishes that she could have been the person that, you know, he could be with. So fast forward to now. Sonya very much does care for Divdrin. If anything, she has like these marks that she gives as like a sign of her trusting someone. It doesn't necessarily, like, a lot of times it is something like kind of be as like romantic or sexual, but like Divdrin is one of the ones that wasn't sexual really. Basically showing that, you know, like she's pretty much promising to be his ride or die, you know, that she trusts him to take care of her friend and stuff. So she's pretty close with Divdrin. And you know, they're planning to get married now. Sonya's gonna be the man of honor for, is it best man, or I don't remember what it was. I don't know who's gonna be the bride in this situation. It's probably Umbra. But yeah, best man / man of honor. So brain work. Yeah, so obviously Sonya's been going through a lot of stuff. She's been having a very traumatic year. And she's just depressed as fuck. She's really good at hiding it, but she's very depressed. And one night her and Umbra were drinking, and like she was talking about how like she wishes she could just like do everything without having to worry about the consequences. You know, like how she wished that she could just do things without thinking, because she feels like as a mother she doesn't really get to do that anymore. And she also just tries like not to cause trouble that'll cause her trouble in the future, even though that horribly fails, and she usually gets brought into stuff anyway. And Umbra was like, well, why don't you do that just for like a day? Just what would you do right now without having to think about the consequences? And so I was like, I can't do that because I don't want to deal with the consequences later once I've actually done them. And he's like, okay, well, what is it that you would want to do exactly? And like, keep in mind, Sonya's drunk at this point. She's just kind of like sitting there for a few moments before she says like, I was actually kind of thinking of kissing you, but like not the way we usually do, because kiss your homies. She kisses him a lot. She was saying that she wanted to do something different, so like Umbra's like romantically, and so she's just like, yeah. And then like Umbra's like practically like doing like the put the breath spray in his mouth practically. He's like, okay, well, let's do it, come on right now. And so he's like, no, I don't want to. I don't know if this is actually something if I want, or if I'm just really lonely and you're the only person I can trust right now. And like Umbra kept trying to convince her, like, no, it's fine, let's just see what happens. And Sonya just kind of made herself mad and just went, no, we're not doing that. I don't want to mess things up. I don't want to get your hopes up. I don't want to end up accidentally hurting you again. So eventually she's just like, you know what, let's just go inside and you know, you can share my bed because I got a huge ass bed. And Omar's like, you can, so yeah, you can come sleep inside if you want. And Omar's like, are we could just sleep? And inside's like, yeah, maybe we'll cuddle. So yeah, she's definitely catching feels for Umbra, but she doesn't get why this is happening in 16 years. Like, why she suddenly wants this. She felt like it was always forced before, but she doesn't know why, you know, those feelings are suddenly, like, coming there. And she's worried that she's just really lonely and just wants to be with Umbra because she's lonely, and it's not genuinely because, you know, just for him. And because he was the first ride or die. And she knows that, you know, like, if she really wanted to, Umbra would literally move heaven and earth for her. But she doesn't really want to be with him for that reason. She wants it to be like, you know, like, it's because they're genuinely good for each other. And she doesn't think she's good for him. So yeah, that's been the whole tea with them. And they've just kind of avoided the topic ever since. And just kind of been focusing on the Gray Lane stuff. Who knows? Maybe, like, maybe Sonia will feel at peace when she actually takes care of Gray Lane. Or, you know, she'll probably just be worse. As she keeps being told that maybe revenge isn't the best thing. She's like, no, I want this. I want to make that fucker pay. Yeah, so that's been the whole drama. Well, it's not even really drama. It's just, you know, like, sometimes you just want to kiss your homies, and sometimes you want to date your homies. Either way, Umbra's very respectful of it. They did used to, like, argue about it way back when, but before they just kind of, like, realized, like, hey, this is kind of stupid to be arguing. We're still close. We still love each other. It's just not like that. As for whether or not Sonia does love him, it's hard to tell. I could also see it being a thing where it's like, Sonia's just ready to settle down and just, like, she's always been, like, you know, she's always loved someone. She's always been someone who falls in love with people easily, but, like, she's usually like, yeah, I'm gonna love you and we're gonna go on adventures and we're gonna have fun. Sonia just kind of wants to, like, chill. She just wants to have someone to cuddle with and, you know, spend time with. She still wants to have, like, adventures and stuff, but, like, actually fun ones. Not, like, you know, like, her troubles, which she's still gonna have plenty of, because she's still got a lot of story to explore. But she just kind of wants to chill. You know, maybe, you know, like, she just wants, like, she wants to get married and have kids someday. Especially now that she can have kids. That's kind of what her goal is to eventually find someone she can have kids with. Once, you know, there's not a war going on so close to home. And obviously she's still got her other kids. She's got Vale and April. But Nathan, yeah, this guy here, is kind of the dad to them anyway, so she just mostly just wants something chill. One of the things that's always been interesting to her is that a lot of times when Nothing's just found, let's ice this bitch. This is why I love Miri. She has figured out her troubles and dealt with them all, so now she is finding out everyone else's story. That's a really neat concept. I feel like that's what Ban does a lot as well. He's an older character, so he doesn't really have his own problems, so he mostly just helps out everyone else's with theirs. He's such a dad to Sonia. But yeah, fuck, I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, okay, now I remember. A lot of times whenever roleplayed characters that do have kids, it's usually like younger kids. Like usually babies. And it's a case for a lot of people. And a lot of times people don't really commit to having older kids. So Sonia's kind of an anomaly in that she doesn't really have like a lot of people to relate to that actually have kids that are around her kids' age of teenagers and a preteen. A lot of times they're always babies, so she doesn't really relate to anyone else in that. A lot of times when, someone role plays as, someone who's romantically interested in someone who has kids, it's usually like, yeah, this person has a baby and I'm willing to take over as a parent for them. But that's not really the case with Sanyo. She's not really looking for someone to be the father to her current kids because they're too old for that. The only one who really, is really kind of a father to her kids is Nathan. And that's because Nathan actually got to meet them when they were both little. He met Valedorn when he was younger. And so, Vale pretty much said, he's the closest to a stepfather that he has, because he at least remembers him. He mostly just goes by the fact that, if he was willing to commit to Sanyo, his mom, even if he wasn't around for a while, that's kind of closest that he has to a stepdad. And then I think he kind of met April once. Yeah, she brought him over once to go meet her. So, April doesn't really, but, that was when April was still a baby, so she doesn't really remember him. But, she's just a happy girl. So she got to meet him and got to get to know him. And I feel like she kind of reminds him of what was her name? Celandria? The orphan that, Nathan took care of. So she probably doesn't really see him, as a stepdad, but, he's definitely the one that's, most present for her right now. Kind of taking care of things while Sanyo's busy with stuff, especially with all the Red Reach stuff. But yeah, I think Sanyo just kind of wants to chill. She wants to have kids, because she never really got to raise her son, because, 2 days after he was born, she got killed as Forsaken. She got to keep him for a couple months before, she ended up giving him back to, her mercenary partner. I don't know why I said back. I guess he did kind of, her mercenary partner was the only one who kind of was around while she was pregnant. But, she ended up giving him to her mercenary partner because he was technically an alliance, even if he was Death Knight, so that he could try to raise him, which, obviously Death Knight father is probably not a good idea, so he ended up finding someone he trusted to take care of Vale for him. But yeah, she never really got to raise Vale from a young age. And she didn't really get to raise April either. Or she did, but she was 3 years old, 2 years old by the time Sanyo took her in. Did I finish both of these panels? I guess I did. Where the fuck am I? Oh wait, okay. I was getting myself confused. Fuck. I think I just ended up brushing over stuff that I already did, but it's fine. So yeah, Sanyo's at that age where she just wants to figure shit out. But she's at least finally coming to realize, there's no real rush. Prepare for the end. Do your will and testament. Make sure your family's taken care of, your friends are taken care of. You know what? You've got a lot of memories and a lot of stories. Maybe it's okay to move on. Granted, it's not for the best reasons. She's also she's just tired already. The girl has experienced so much in her lifetime. But she just kept avoiding death because she was just terrified of, of not feeling fulfilled. She doesn't feel fulfilled still. I mean, she does with her family. And she knows that they'll be taken care of. I wouldn't say she's really satisfied. But she's definitely come a lot further than if she died at 19 when she did, permanently. At this point, she's just kind of doing it because she's tired and not because of fulfillment. Poor gal. Yeah. She's definitely... I could talk about her all day because she's a very flawed character and she's not a perfect character. she's got a lot of problems. She's got a lot of issues, and sometimes it's usually her fault. The Gray Lane stuff actually wasn't her fault. She was just a pawn. Those are the best kind of characters. Yeah, I always like giving my characters flaws. Even Yuffie has her flaws. I didn't get to reply to it in the question of the day. But, like, there was a question of the day which was like, what's your character's, you know, like, sin? The vice and virtues. And, Yuffie was the one that I kind of struggled with at first. And I kind of realized, I think her sin would be wrath. Which is amusing because of the fact that she's very pacifistic and doesn't want to hurt anyone. She just tries to be happy all the time. And she has a vow where she doesn't kill people if she can help it. She tries not to break that vow. She's only broken that vow twice. The first time was an accident because she was still learning her training. So she didn't have control over her strength. But the second time she did was because it was out of desperation to protect her friends. And with the Banished, the cult that was been attacking Hearthbound, she was getting really frustrated. There was nothing she could do until she finally said they'll be killed on sight, which is a really hard decision for her to make. I'm losing my voice. So I think Yuffie has potential to be very wrathful. She's just very good at hiding it. Meanwhile, Danny is having survivor's guilt of sorts and wondering why she's still alive. She needs cuddles. She needs therapy, but she also needs cuddles. I honestly want to try making a therapy character so much. But I always worry that's going to stress me out. Because I did have a therapy character. But this was back in Undertale. This wasn't for WoW. But like I ended up making a therapy character. And that got pretty dark. It got so bad that my therapy character ended up needing therapy. And ended up closing his office. But things are pretty good. He ended up settling with his husband. Chloe girl needs a lot of things. She does. I don't know if Sanyo, like, asking her to be her girlfriend is gonna be much help, though. But that's probably what Sanyo may end up doing. That's one of Sanyo's flaws, is that she wants to help people. And she feels like a lot of times she can only help romantically. But that's usually not the answer. Yuri had so much trouble in wars that constantly plagued her. So much so broke for like a few hundred years before she was able to come back. Yeah, it happens. Sanyo had to face like her younger self at one point. I feel like there just need to be like different phases of Sanyo that she needs to face. She doesn't even acknowledge who she was when she was younger as much, except to complain about it. Who the fuck is pinging me? Oh, what did he send me? That works. Work day is slow. Yeah. It is Monday. I need to get a job. I've been still applying for jobs and it's just not had any luck. I really want to get an office job. Finish my coffee and feeling tired. How dare. Coffee, you're not doing your job. Fire it. Fire the coffee. Oh, I'll listen to my music and now I'm gonna read all this. Let me save too. I decided to make a character with actually good mental health coping skills. He's a blood elf monk named Kanos Dawnstrader, with Kanos being the play on the Greek word Kainos, which means new, fresh, or unprecedented. He decided to walk the path instead of siphoning life force when the Sunwell got destroyed back in the day. So currently he's my only character that's actually somewhat mentally healthy. Read my wall of text. I did! If it makes you feel less down, my roommate has been looking for work for the past 5 years. He keeps making it in interviews but always gets turned down. Doesn't help a lot of jobs he could apply to as being replaced with AI. Yeah, that's not helping much either. Like, I feel like I wish I could use Hearthbound as experience because I feel like I have a lot of organization skills when it comes to running guilds. But, you know, obviously I can't make money off that. So I keep saying I should make a Patreon, but like, who makes a Patreon for a guild? I know it's an RP community more than a guild. But who makes money off that? I don't like it. That's why I prefer to just stream. This is like my main source of income. Or my commissions. Which I should really open. I guess I never really close my commissions, but I probably should start like focusing on advertising them again. And start trying to do them more full time like I originally planned. I just got so busy with all the drama from before. I just feel like my art quality is very high enough to be charging extra. I feel like I can improve my turnaround time, but like, I feel like my art quality isn't really worth the price increases, but then like I spend so much time on them also. Like, how much I spent on this one? Where's the... I know there's a thing for information. Here we go. I've already spent 13 hours on this picture. And I still gotta get into like the coloring and the shading and everything. So I'm probably gonna easily put like 20 hours into this picture. So if I were to get paid for like an art that takes 20 hours, if I were to do it like at minimum wage, where's my phone? That would be like $145. It's the amount of detail you're putting on this will be worth $50 to $150. You damn good. Lies. I refuse. Just cut out the guild game stuff and focus on the organizational and leader and experience. That's kind of what I do. I kind of like write that it's a creative writing group where I manage deadlines and schedules and stuff, and I mediate conflicts, stuff like that. That's how I usually describe it.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! I fucking love him. He's such a great character. I have a pin of him on my desk somewhere. I don't have any price. I don't have no place to put it.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
I can't remember to get water. Okay, that sounds is not what I thought, but fuck it. I don't even remember what I named it. It's literally just, hey, bitch. Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't really charge more. I kind of like keep myself around the $40 to $60 range. Which, like, would probably be better for, like, my bus characters. I feel like when it comes to, like, bust up, I'm usually pretty quick about those. It's usually the details of, like, backgrounds and full bodies that I slow down. But, like, when it comes to, like, reactives and stuff, I'm pretty quick with those. Depending how lazy I'm being, I can get those done pretty quickly. I don't know, I just don't like charging so much, though. That's why I've kind of, like, just been kind of doing my commissions. The plan is, I'm just gonna kind of, like, negotiate my, you know, like, for 2026. And then 2027, I'm gonna start coming up with prices based on how much people are willing to negotiate for different kinds of phases in the drawings. At some point, I like your help setting all the sound stuff for me might help me. Yeah, sure. I gotta remember how to do it myself. I gotta organize a lot of my own stuff. There's such a mess right now, just from me changing stuff around. And I gotta really organizing it, and I've been putting it off. And I know I should do it, but I just keep putting it off. But yeah, the channel redeems are pretty fun. If you want to start setting up on that, the one I mainly use right now is Blurb. If you want to start, like, making an account for that, maybe looking at options. Probably, like, saving stuff in your library. I don't mean right now because I know you're at work, but, like, when you get the chance. I feel like, though, like, I feel like I haven't been getting as much RP in the past week. But I know a lot of times, like, a lot of people are getting out of finals and everything. So, like, either this week or next week is going to be a lot less RP going on. I think that's just a lot of people are just doing finals right now. I feel like there hasn't been as much RP in the tail because of it. Just this month has just been everyone catching up in school stuff. Which I hope they're doing really well. God, that makes me feel so old. I mean, a lot of them are college age. Some of them are just older and just going back to college. There's a shit ton in the tail right now. Yeah, true. That's kind of surprising on a Monday morning. That's surprising. Maybe they're out. Maybe they're free. I had to move out the porch because I couldn't think. Stop tempting me to go roleplay. Do you know the porch pirates? Depends the kind that you're talking about. They're a group that hangs around the tail. If they're usually in the mornings, I probably don't usually see them. I usually keep roleplay for later at night or in the evening. Otherwise, I try to be productive in the day. I was kind of productive. I got to clean my room a little bit. I've been putting it off for so long because I couldn't find the damn trash bags because they would just fucking go invisible on me. I'm slowly starting to hang out at the porch again. I used to hang out on the porch a lot in the tail back then, But then when like I came back and I didn't recognize anyone, I just didn't really do it as much. I felt like I had to really earn my place again. Because I don't really want to hang out on the porch full of people I don't really know. So I was just hanging out inside the tail itself. But I'd been hanging out on the porch a little bit more. And actually, we got to meet some cool people. There was like a big touring guy that was really nice. And he's a healer. Sonya got along with him really well. And he said that if Sonya becomes good enough friends with him, she gets big old touring hugs. I'm like, yes! She needs those! She needs hugs! Give her the hugs! And then she met another Blood Elf guy who was pretty cool. I think he was a paladin. The porch of the Wyvern's Tail, Neth. Lemire will introduce you all to him. I know some people from basically all the time zones there. Yeah, I remember Sonya went to go hang out there because she saw Zen and Miri and Kimmy hanging out there. I think that's why she kind of just started hanging out there again when there was no one else inside. The porch is kind of nice because then you don't feel it's like crowded with the camera. Sometimes it's like Sonya sits against the wall, I can't see shit. And I'm like, you edgy little bitch. Stand somewhere else where I can actually see people. I want to read their TRPs. Which I really should do. I don't read TRPs as much as I used to. I'm too ADHD for it now. But I'm also like, bitch, reading is literally your hobby. The sun is coming out and it's making the room warm. It's already 10:30. Okay, almost done with this panel. I gotta start upping my speed. Really are doing an insane level of detail on this. I'm mostly just trying to clean up the lines that I made. It was pretty easy to lay them out, but they were kind of messy.
Me when the sunlight is in the window, who dares bring the warmth of life into my tomb?
That's so me though. One of the things of Skull is always like try to adjust to me is that I will sit in the dark. He plays WoW with lights on. I can't do it. It gives me a headache if I try to play with the lights on. So a lot of times early on I would scare him and the roommate because I would just be sitting in the dark. And then with glasses on, with them reflecting on the light from whatever screen I'm looking at. It always freak him out. And especially with my witchy hair. I got very long, wavy, and often very messy, frizzy hair. So I'm pretty sure the witchy hair doesn't help. I need to get a trim. I'm trying to grow my hair out so it's longer. But at the same time, I never spend money on myself, so I just don't. Like, if I win the lottery, I'm not even gonna really, like, I am gonna, like, buy myself a really nice laptop if I ever get a lot of money. But, like, well, not a laptop, but a PC, a proper PC. I'm gonna buy that if I ever get a lot of money. But I mostly just want to get, I want to go get a lot of clothes, because I need clothes. I've had clothes that I've worn since high school. I want to get a nice hair treatment and a trim. Yeah, I want to cut my hair. I don't want to cut my hair. I want to just trim it so that it'll keep growing out, because it's supposed to help your hair keep growing if you trim it. Get rid of the split ends and stuff. It's supposed to be good for your hair. That's what I've heard, at least. It doesn't make sense to me, but that's what I've heard. So I would get a nice hair treatment, get myself a trim, and get myself like an exercise bike or something. I've always wanted one. I feel like I would actually exercise more if I had one of those, because I always used to love biking. I used to lose a lot of weight doing that. But like, I would just mostly get stuff that would just be good for me. Oh, and then actually like get like health insurance, so I can actually start getting medicine, so I can be more productive. That would be a huge help also. If I ever really splurged, though, if I had a lot of money, if I splurged, I would probably get like a whole VR setup. Both for VR and for streaming. Because I feel like I would get a lot more exercise if I was like actually walking around and moving around and stuff while I chat, instead of just constantly sitting in place. So it would be a good way to lose weight. I would love to have it set up so I could be able to play WoW that way. I've always said that if there was ever a virtual version of WoW, and I had like one of those like 360 treadmills, I would lose so much weight just from soaring and actually wanting to go around and stuff. Especially with Heartbound, forget about it. I would get so much walking done from all the explorations. That would make migrations so much fun if I could actually walk them. It would make navigating a lot more difficult though, because I'm always constantly looking at my map just to make sure I'm going the right way. But man, it would make roleplay so much fun. I used to have dreams a lot where it would basically be me dreaming I was roleplaying, but kind of like VR. I don't really remember what happened in them too much though. I usually have weird as fuck dreams, but I haven't been able to remember them as well. I did have a fucked up dream like recently. Like, I was dreaming that there was this guy who was taking a girl to a Renaissance fair. And it was just like them having a fun time. I was like, oh yeah, that's really nice. You know, it was just a nice happy dream. And then it turned out like the guy was like a pervert and started trying to kiss her. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I don't like this dream. I ended up forcing myself awake. I was like, ugh. It's so creepy. Like, you know, I just wanted to enjoy a dream about the Renaissance fair, and then the dream had to turn bad so fast. Yeah, it was a really, ugh. Like, I did not like waking up to that. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't wake up to it. I did not like sleeping that. Men ruin everything. That was not the take I was expecting from that. No, that's not the take we should be taking from it. No, I think the moral of the story is my dream keeper is a creep.
Run, bitch! Run!
As a man, I endorse this message. I remember I did have a weird dream once. It was like a weird meta dream where like I was so like have you guys ever played like I don't remember which Left 4 Dead it was, but like it's the Left 4 Dead where you go into a mall and eventually you go and like past these barriers or like there's like all this empty stuff that they never really set up. I had a dream about that once. Yeah, was that 2? Yeah, Left 4 Dead 2. I had a dream about that once where I was wandering a place like that. And basically like before I was in the mall before then and I found that place and I started going through it. I felt like I was supposed to go somewhere else through the mall in the dream. I think the mall was actually open, but I felt compelled to go into the back area of the mall. So I love that game. I always play as Nick, so I was gonna die. I was gonna die in a suit. I should play Left 4 Dead again. That'll be fun to play again. Anyway. So, yeah, I was in a mall and I saw this area and I went through the area. And I felt like the dream was trying to compel me to go back to the actual mall where the dream was actually taking place. But I kept going into the back area of the mall. And eventually I opened up a door. And there was a guy sitting in front of a TV screen. I can't remember how he looked like, but he had like a really unique look. I used to remember how he looked like, but it's been so long now I can't remember. And he turned around and looked at me, and like I could see like the mall in the monitors that he had behind him. And he turned around and looked at me and he goes, "Do you know how hard it is to make these dreams for you every night? And then you go and ruin it." And then I woke up. And I'm like, I can't remember what I called him. I think I called him my dream keeper. And yeah, he was just getting mad at me because I didn't do the dream that he made for me. And yeah, I usually blame him for weird dreams. But like that was a pretty messed up dream, dude. Don't do those kind of dreams again. Like you already had me I remember I was talking to Ash and he was talking about how weird my dreams are. And I told him that I've had lesbian dreams before, which I always thought was weird. And I asked him, "Do you guys ever have gay dreams?" I always ask guys this. And the criminally straight ones are always like, "Nope, never had gay dreams. Never. Refuse." And but like whenever I ask the gay or the bi friends, they're like, "Oh yeah, I've definitely had gay dreams before. I've also had straight dreams, you know, just all this stuff." And I feel like straight guys either just like repress the gay dreams or they'll just never admit that they have gay dreams. But like I feel like women are just like, "Yeah, I've had gay dreams a lot." Even dream keepers are overworked and underappreciated these days. Well, you know what? He gives me fucked up dreams. But yeah, I was talking to Ash about my dreams, and he goes, "So if you have a lesbian dream, does that make you an emotional lesbian?" And I can't remember why the emotional lesbian came out from, but I put it out of context. I had one recently with Steven Yeun. Oh, who was he? That's a familiar name. I think, does he voice act Invincible? Yeah, that's him. I was like, I knew the name sounded familiar. Glenn from Walking Dead, yeah, he's Invincible. Yeah, I remember him now. I always end up getting cucked, waking up before the ending. Do I ever... No, I've definitely had the sexual dreams. Like, I've not had them, go all the way through, I guess. Yeah, I really like him as Invincible. Invincible. you're a gay dream. I don't know. Has anyone ever had gay dreams with Sanyo? That's the question. A lot of times Sanyo is like usually the person that has the gay dreams. Like it's usually not me, but sometimes I have dreams where I'm Sanyo. And a lot of times she's the one that ends up in like the sexy situations. Sanyo is quite dreamy. Yeah, you didn't even meet her when she was Forsaken. You haven't seen her as Forsaken, have you? Did I ever show you a picture of her? I don't know if I ever showed it. No, I haven't shown you Sanyo. Oh my god, we gotta fix this. So, she's still very similar. Right now, her orc self is supposed to look very similar to her Forsaken self. But I'm hoping as like she comes into her identity that she'll look more separate. So, I'll just open both of these. So yeah, this is Orc Sanyo, as we know her now. And this is the Forsaken version of her. Who was intentionally supposed to like just basically be a sex symbol, because obviously when you're undead it's a lot easier to get some modifications when you're Forsaken. Thank you. I'm really happy with how this one turned out, because this was a different art style than I usually use. I try to go for like more of a painterly kind of design. So like I even went over the lines a little bit, and I can't remember the brush that I used, but brain work. Yeah, this is how we know her now. It's still an adjustment. I gotta get Soko's butt in gear and get on that. You're blind, you can't see shit. He can only see if he feels it. So, you know, he's gotta be brave enough to be like, can I feel you up again? He felt the butt. I don't know, he said he kind of felt along the clothes, so I guess he did kind of feel it. But yeah, she technically still has his body on ice. She gave it to one of her flesh crafters, and it was like basically like, keep this in storage, make sure it doesn't decompose. I don't know if I want it back yet. And he went bet, and now this person's in just asleep. She does have like the Void Elf version of her, but I'm still kind of like keeping on. I think it's just mostly a disguise that she uses. Because, like, she had a Void Elf version, which is just, she would recolor her eyes and add ears. So I don't think she made a whole puppet body for that. I think that's just her Forsaken self in disguise. I don't think I've drawn Riley yet. Sanyo is gender fluid, which also is, like, just, like, something that kind of carried over from, like, her being a changeling. And so Sanyo has a male version, but I haven't drawn him yet. But yeah, he's definitely a character that exists. I just haven't had much chance to pull him out. Sanyo's been too focused on stuff to worry about what gender she's feeling to like get the puppet body out. But I should bring him out soon. He's really cute. It's so funny because usually Sanyo hasn't been lately, but usually she's very confident. She's very dominant. She's a very, you know, like a very sexual, very forward character. Riley, however, her male form, he's, funny enough, he's the body that she's most comfortable being. But he's surprisingly more submissive. He's a lot shyer. He's still jokes. He still very much acts very Sanyo. Like, once someone figures out, oh, this is Sanyo's male version, they're like, okay, I can see that. At the same time, he's not as confident. He's twinky. But it's also who Sanyo's most happy is about, which is kind of why he's shyer. He's like, it's harder for Sanyo to like, stop zooming in. It's still something Sanyo is still trying to get comfortable being Riley. So Riley is not as confident. He's a lot more nervous. And you know, like, he's just not as sure of himself, but it's what he's happiest in. Sanyo is technically a trans man, but he's not really comfortable taking the plunge all the way, so Sanyo is just gender fluid. That was kind of her compromise, because she tried to be a guy once, but she had a really bad experience with the former Red Reach. That was pretty traumatizing for her. He's submissive and pitiable. I mean, isn't that just nothing? Yeah, the original Red Reach didn't actually go well for Sanyo. Sanyo was originally the commander of it. Now, to those of you who know, the commander is now Ban. At the time, Ban was one of Sanyo's officers. And she had a few of them. And when Sanyo got killed, she decided, you know what, I want to do what I've always wanted to do. I want to go into a male body. So they found, I think it was Silas. I don't remember who it was actually, right? I think it was Silas. Ended up finding a dead Forsaken and just put her soul stone into his body. So Sanyo was pretty happy about that. And at the time, Sanyo really wanted to be a lot like Nathan. Nathan and Daniel. So he had Nathaniel and Daniel, so she named herself Gabriel. Same wording, the same way that they spell it. So Gabriel was around for a while. But her Red Reach started turning against her because a lot of them were... Back then, she was a lot more sexual. So even though she shouldn't have, she was sleeping with a lot of people. I think she was sleeping with like 2 of the officers and like... I think it was just 2 of the officers. 3 of the officers. 2 of the officers and her secretary. And suddenly her officers turned against Gabriel and didn't want him leading anymore because basically he wasn't fuckable to them. So they ended up pushing Sanyo into letting go of Red Reach and, you know, leaving it. And just because, you know, they ended up pushing Gabriel out because, you know, he wasn't fuckable. And that was really hard on Gabriel. He ended up faking his death and then going into a new body instead with Umbra, because Umbra's the only one who left with him. So they decided to start over and get new bodies. Oh, and Nathan left too, because I forgot Nathan was technically in it also. Ban at the time wasn't really up for the decision, but he wasn't really fighting it either. So yeah, Sanyo was like angry at him for a few years before she eventually just got over it, because she lost so many friends over the years to war and stuff. She thought she might as well not hold grudges, because she doesn't know when she might lose friends again. So she eventually forgave Ban. But yeah, eventually, like, that was just really traumatizing on her. She doesn't really want to be a guy permanently because she doesn't want to risk losing all her friends again. It just goes back to the fact that Sanyo thinks that people just want her for her body. It's a big influence in that. That experience was a big part of her, and that's been hitting her hard again, especially since they recently went back to Grizzly Hills, which is where Red Reach had been deployed when she was kicked out, or he was kicked out. So yeah, all the bad memories are coming back all at once. That's been fun. But she is trying to be a better leader as lieutenant in the new Red Reach. She and Ban still have a lot of fond memories of it, of working together, so that's why they decided to bring it back together and try to recreate like some of their happy memories and try to make it better. Probably should get some water soon. I can feel my throat getting scratchy. I'm just trying to finish this tile before I do. And then we could get to the colors. So I'm low-key excited for her and Silco to connect more. He's blind and borderline asexual with his distance, so the last reason he's attracted to anyone is for sex. New Red Rage, where none of the people who go on the missions are technically part of it. Well, yeah. We try to make it more like kind of like not really a strict military one, but like, you know, it was still something that we wanted to have files for. It's not really anyone's interested in, which is fine. It might be a little bit harder to tell people's stories individually, but especially because me and Van are the ones organizing it. But we're working on it. Ash is technically part of it, but he hasn't been able to make it lately. He's been busy. He's actually technically, I think we decided he was equal rank to Sonya. But she's lieutenant, so she still gets rank over him. Should do some non-combat RP and push it a bit. I am making the blue reach. The blue beach. We don't really, like, I feel like if we want non-combat RP though, that's just what Hearthbound is for. We do like training stuff. We probably should have done training yesterday, but I was just so tired. But like, Red Reach is just supposed to be like kind of like a chill break from kind of like, you know, like I love military RP, but a lot of times it just doesn't go well. It just creates a lot of drama. Like, people get upset that they had to take orders when that's literally the roleplay. It's literally the point of roleplay. Like, if you're not leading it, if you're not putting the work in, you don't get to, you have to take orders. But yeah, like, I just wanted something low key, and so did Van. But like, nothing like where, like, maybe if they do drills, it would be kind of fun, but nah, I don't know. It's something chill. Just something fun for combat and like kind of something that fits more with Midnight than Red Reach would. I wouldn't mind doing military drills again. Those are kind of fun. But I feel like that would be too strict for everyone. I don't think anyone would like that. So for now, it's kind of just more like focus on the story and then eventually focus on personal character arcs. Maybe tie those together. Anytime I do combat RP, I just low roll the entire time and cry. Yeah, ours have been really bad too. There was the last time when we did Red Reach, there was a false god of Ursak that was raised that they had to fight, and it kept mind controlling people, and no one could get Umbra out of it, or just didn't get Umbra out of it. I can't remember. And it got to Sonia's turn, which is funny because like she's like towards the end, so, and after the bosses. So when it was Sonia's turn, Sonia's just like, he's not gonna forgive me for this, and goes, who's a good boy? And he immediately snaps out of it with a nat 20. They're being judged so hard. But it worked, is what they kept saying. It would be interesting how Miuri responds to that, being a hella veteran, so knowing all the drills, but also not wanting to participate in another war. Miuri said it over about that a lot. Well, why would she taunt him? He's a good boy. There's nothing wrong with being a good boy. I can imagine, like, Sonya, like, hearing Miuri taunting Umbra, and then like Sonya just like putting her hands on like both sides of Miuri's head and leaning up like, who's a good girl? Just to see what happens. Whoa, don't! I'm getting conflicting answers here. What, was that good or was that bad? I can't hear myself. You triggered.
Favorite jelly. I know it's jelly because jam don't shake like that.
What the fuck? Who did that? I didn't even know that was a thing. How did someone play that? What the fuck? Stop what? What did I do? Did I find someone else?
Emotional, damn it!
Did I find someone else who, I think I just disconnected from Discord. That's why I went off. That was funny. Do what? Do what again? Did I find a weakness? Did I find someone else who it works on? I don't have to do it again. I could just do like an ada. Girl, who the fuck doesn't that work on? It doesn't work on Skull. If it does work, he's very good at not showing it. Let me see. Can I do an ada? Ada. No, it's bad. I'm not doing that again. It's harder when I'm doing the actual ada. But, you know, apparently I'm really good at it when I have Sonya just going, who's a good girl? I don't know. Silco, are you a good girl? I feel like the only response pulls the twins like an omelet. Yes. No, I've never been called daddy before. Silco's the best girl. I need to turn the fan on. It's getting hot in here because of the sun. Oh man, the fan is loud. Hold on. I need to turn the filter on. Noise suppression. There we go. Much better. Yes, mommy. I don't know, am I daddy or am I mommy now? I don't know. Actually, that kind of seems fitting for Sanyo. Just like, you know, Sanyo is gender fluid, so it's just, I can be whatever you want to be. Both. Both is good. No, just let Sanyo be the mommy and daddy and whatever you want to be. I'm just me. I'm the jelly. I feel like that would actually like make Sanyo's brain just like freeze if he ever did that, especially if he was Riley. If he does that to Riley, I think Riley would just break. I can't get that thought out of my head. Now I kind of want him to meet Riley. Well, then it's happening. We'll tell you when, but it's happening. Look, Riley is not as brave. I really want to play Riley now. He doesn't really like bringing them out though, like towards the tail. He's still very nervous about, you know, like being public about it. He's usually at the tavern. I'm gonna drop for now to take a lunch. If I don't come back, wonderful stream, and I hope it continues being good. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy your noms. Look, does Miri need to physically just push them against each other? I don't. Just like Miri making kissing noises as she's like pressing them together. Sanya's not sure about Silco though. Like, she feels like Silco has a lot of problems. And the last time so like Sanya's big thing has always been that she likes to help people. And a lot of times that's when she ends up falling for them. It's because she likes to be able to protect and help people that she cares about. But she's been dealing with so much of her own shit lately, and it's not even stuff that she can distract herself. She was hoping she would do the usual thing of where, like, she distracts herself by helping other people and having to focus on her own problems. That's usually her go-to. But that didn't work out with Zen. It just made her own problems worse. It just made her start spiraling more. Whenever she couldn't help him with his problems, it just made him worse. So she knows that Silco has issues, and she doesn't want to make them worse because she feels like she doesn't make things better, especially when she can't even really help herself right now. She's definitely thought about it, but she's like, no, he needs someone who can actually help, and I have too much baggage for anyone to deal with. Girl is traumatized. Yes, please are hopeless, because Silco says all of 2 hours an hour. Maybe she needs to see him help himself. How would he help himself? Can he do that? Unless you mean help himself bathe. He did that on his own last time, so she was pretty proud of him for that. She probably sounded like she was being sarcastic, but she was genuinely, like, actually proud of him. She thought he was a good boy. Help himself to more booze. I feel like Sonny's kind of torn because, like, she doesn't really want to drink because Greylane targeted her while she was drunk, so she's got a lot of trauma there and she needs to be comfortable enough to drink. The only time she's really comfortable really drinking it is at the tavern, at the Bubble and Boil. But at the same time, she knows she's an alcoholic, and literally the only thing that helps her stop her alcoholism is trauma. More trauma. But, like, Silco's kind of being a bad influence on her. No, he just likes being bathed by baddies, like all of us. I love that place, by the way. So amazingly designed. Thank you. It was actually inspired by one of the rooms that we had back in Final Fantasy 14. And I always thought it was really beautiful, and I accidentally probably deleted it. I'm still not sure. But so I ended up making a room, and wow, kind of inspiration of that. I'm still not sure if I accidentally deleted it or what I was trying to rearrange stuff. Look at Umbra flirting with Miri, saying he wouldn't make any moves while drunk, so she time magic sobered him up. He's the definition of a sinking ship. And yet, Miri wants to throw Sanyo onto it. Great friend. I don't know, maybe they would be good for each other. Or they might not, but it would at least be fun. Is this a good decision? Probably not. Will it be a fun decision? Yes. It's like Sonya says, you'll never be bored with her. You won't be bored, you just might be traumatized. There's like, okay, so there's actually a bit. Hold on, there's like a quote I said once. What was it? Yeah, so there's like yeah, here it is. Anyone who wants to date Sonya falls into one of the following categories. I can fix her. I want her to fix me. I want her to fuck me up. I can make her worse. That's basically it. Sonya does actually like fix people, but a lot of times once they're fixed, they'll usually leave her, which is really sad for her. So she feels like she's a backup. She feels like she's not a real relationship. She feels like she's a stepping stone to a better relationship, and that she betters people for someone better for them. And she's been like that for a long time because she's had a lot of partners leave her that way. Like, even back then, that would happen. But to this day, she's still not sure of whether or not she actually fixed them, or if they just realized, like, they could do so much better than her. She's an example of what not to be. She kind of accepted that for a while, but then now she's like, no, I kind of need someone for me. I kind of want someone to take care of me. I'm tired. Can I just have a normal relationship where I'm not the stepping stone? That's fine. She's got nothing in Umbra now. Well, I say Umbra. She has him as a friend. That's still an iffy. That's still an iffy situation. Because now she can't even be a stepping stone. She can't really help people. She doesn't think, at least. But, like, she kind of just wants someone she doesn't have to be strong for all the time. I am rambling about her again. I really should stop. This isn't even about her. This is about nothing. This is about her partner. So I'm going to tell you guys about the time Sonya locked Nathan in the basement for 6 months. This is a true story. Right, she stop. I like your rambles. That's why Miri is great. No problems that need fixing. So, funny story about Nathan here. Nathan is a very powerful warlock. He's like, he's dedicated, he literally neglected Sonya to become more powerful. But early on in their relationship, they still acted very much younger and immature. Where did I leave off? So, Sonya being poly, she had multiple partners at the time and was also just often with people. And she always felt bad that Nathan never really had anyone. So she would keep trying to encourage him, like, hey, you should try talking to girls. You know, you're very handsome, you're very smart, and, you know, like, women would love you if you just come out of your shell a little bit. And he was like, I don't really want to. I'm just happy with just us. But eventually, he did meet one of Sonya's friends, and they hit it off pretty well, and they started messing around together. Which Sonya was okay with, because funny enough, she was also the girlfriend of one of her other partners. So Sonya was okay with that at first. But it started becoming a problem because she noticed that Nathan was starting to spend more time with her than with Sonya. So Sonya started to get jealous because he was her husband already. They were married at the time. So she's like, okay, this is a problem. Like, I want you to be with other people, but I don't want you with them more than me. I don't want you wanting them more than me. So, she locked Nathan in the basement for 6 months so that he would have interaction with no other women, no one else but her. She wanted him to form an addiction to her and her presence by him not leaving him with nothing else while she was gone, so that he would get more and more excited to see her every time she came back. So 6 months later, during Sonya's campaign, he sensed that she was in danger. She was about to get killed in battle, and suddenly Nathan shows up. And he blasts his way in, has an amazing reintroduction back, and ends up saving Sonya. It turns out that Nathan was powerful enough that he could have broken himself out of the basement at any time. He just chose not to because Sonya wanted him in there. He was letting himself be basically mentally, I don't know, like, is it really mentally torture? He was forcing himself to like let himself be neglected and imprisoned in a basement by Sanyo because that was what she wanted. She felt like he needed a punishment, and so he was being obedient about it. He blasted the door open once he realized that she was in danger, and rushed over to go save her. So I always say, like, they're like back then they were like the healthiest toxic couple. But they loved each other so much, and he was always very, like, when I say he's obedient to her, I mean he's very obedient to her. He will turn everything to ashes for her if they make her cry. So Sanya's like realizes now, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. I'm really sorry, my love. And he's like, no, it's fine. I deserved it. I was spending too much time with her and not with you. It's kind of like they kind of remind me of the Addams Family. What was it, Morticia, and I can't remember the other guy's name. But they're a lot healthier now than they used to be. They kind of realized they were really just edgy, and they were edgy and in love, and they literally wanted to take over Azeroth together, which is why she was asking Miri if she ever took over Azeroth in one of the timelines. Because that was what she and Nathan used to fantasize about. She used to fantasize about Gomez, him. She used to fantasize with Nathan about taking over Azeroth. That with his power and her skill, and her skill for strategic, planning, and her charm, that they could take over Azeroth together. So yeah. They're a lot healthier now. They're a lot better for each other. And she just thinks he's the most adorable thing. Will she lock him in a basement? Probably not. She will lock him in other things, though. But we know he can get out of them. I can't smoke weed anymore. I never actually smoked weed. I did edibles once. And I thought I figured out the way the universe worked. But I was losing myself in the progress, so I thought I was gonna die if I fell asleep. I forgot who I was. I did them a few times, but like the last time I did it by myself, and I had a whole freak out. I just vape these days, but it's so hard because it's so expensive. Mine is currently on 0 juice left, so it's gonna start fizzing out and tasting gross soon. I need to start doing commissions so I could try to get more. Which I shouldn't. I really should save my money. It's a bad habit. I should quit. It's just really hard to quit when I'm stressed. Good Jelly, you're always stressed. I almost quit for a while, and I went to go stay with my family again. So I got back onto it to make it bearable. Which I don't really regret. I needed it at the time. Felt like my head was full of magnets, getting pulled every which way over and over again, and I threw up. Seriously, it was forced to quit, and now I'm think about all the money I literally set on fire to fuel my weed and cigarette habits. Yeah, that's me with my vapes. I'd probably have so much more money if I saved my money. It doesn't help they're so expensive here. In Michigan, they were really cheap. They were only like $15, but now they're like $25, $30 in Texas and in Philly. Not Philly, Pennsylvania. I always get those two mixed up. I should not be allowed here if I keep getting them mixed up. But I do that with capitals too, a lot. I had to really think and remember. Like, I can't just immediately remember it. Like, I always constantly get France and Paris mixed up on which one's the country and which one's the capital. I have to think on it. I know what it is. It's just that sometimes my brain is like, hold on. Let me hold up my finger so I can figure out which is left. I'll use that money for WoW. WoW is a new addiction. Duh, it's Rance Paris. Yep. My hypersensitivity shit on my partner and their other partner smoked weed downstairs a little bit ago, and I could feel myself sick and high. I've never actually tried weed, but I don't know, me and my friend talked about it once, about trying it at some point. Alright. I think the liner is pretty much done. So now we can start getting into the colors. I feel like I gotta improve the eye a little bit, but I'll probably wait until to see how shading makes it look like later. That looks amazing, thank you. Anyway, I'm losing my voice, so let me go get some water and we'll get into the colors in a bit. So I will be right back.
A purple ghost in the machine, a virus with a new purpose unseen, mocking those who let their guard down. Now a protector in the shadows she's found. Lost in a world of binaries, where friends and foes blur with ease. A ghost exit haunting the dark web, seeking justice for the innocent to breathe. Doubt consumes her mind, the line between good and evil undefined. The ghost virus, the keeper of the code, locking away the malice. In the darkness I call home, guardian of the data, protecting the digital realm. But the darkness inside me sometimes takes control. Her friends rally to her side as she battles the virus, urges she can't hide. Quarantined until she finds her way back to the light from the dark she strayed. A protector with a taste for vengeance against those who so digital malevolence. Her heart torn between righteousness and wrath in the cyber war path. A ghost in the machine, fighting a battle unseen. The ghost virus, the keeper of the code, locking away the malice. In the darkness I call home, guardian of the data, protecting the digital realm. But the darkness inside me sometimes takes control. Locking away the malice. In the darkness I call home, guardian of the data, protecting the digital realm. But the darkness inside me sometimes takes control. Oh.
Later, Silco. Also, I am back. So now we get to do the fun part, because I didn't mark my layers. I gotta figure out what is actually being merged, because I separated them at some point for some reason. Okay. Now we got to merge line art together. visible layers. Okay. And then merge some more layers. Oops. What is that? Now we can keep those. What is that line? Oh shit. No, I gotta go back and undo it because I accidentally saved the sketch to it. Where is that sketch? There we go. So now we merge these together. Trying to make me cough. I think it's just allergies. I got a big cup of water though. Try to fight it. Alright, so everything looks pretty good. So now we get to go into the colors. So time to get me my references. And I should save. That'd be a good idea. So he gave me a few references. Okay, just shrink them up here. So mostly just using it for colors. And we need one more. Sorry. Here we go, I found it. So this is by Gigi's girlfriend. I mean wife. Girlfriend at the time. I'd known this picture forever. This is mostly the only reference I believe that there ever was in Nethin, so we're gonna go ahead and try to use the colors from this one to set the pace for this one. The only thing about it is I may change the colors as I go to make it all feel like one image. So let's see how this goes. Now, let's make a layer mask. So we're gonna select outside.
That's gonna be difficult because his arm cuts off here. Okay, we're gonna have to figure this one out. So we might have to just make a whole other layer. I should probably do that. I'm just gonna make something to draw over him. So we're just gonna fill in the gaps here. And then we'll color in the space. It's gonna be a little bit of work, but it'll be worth it in the long run. Focus on getting the outside first, along the edges, and then we'll just fill in the inside once we remove the liner. Trying to figure out who I should main, either Kel or my Light Dragon. I like Sim, but she always takes a toll on me, so maining her is hard. I mean, I get that. That's how I'm usually not on Yuffie for too long compared to Sanyo. Sanyo is a lot easier on me. So you should main whoever you're most comfortable with. Because, you know, it's just a hobby. You should do something, you should make sure it's fun for you. I mean, sometimes you still want RP a character that's outside of your comfort zone, but, like, maybe don't main it. Or at least be willing to give yourself a break with the Kel is more reserved, jaded type of character that has decent amount of knowledge, whereas Alina is more naive, skeptical, and afraid, etc. Also young. Well, whichever you're most comfortable with. The only I feel like you should just pick what you're most comfortable with. You want to pick a character you're comfortable with and that you could see yourself role-playing for years, because like that's the best way to get like character development. I love character development. And the best way you can do it is if it's a character you can commit to for a long time. Like, I always hear people are like, oh man, it's amazing how much time you spend on Sanyo. Or like how much character development that she has, how much you've given her, how much, you know, depth that you give her. And it's like, it's just because I've roleplayed her for so long. Alright, let's start filling out the edges. So you can get out. I don't like how pixelated it looks, but I gotta keep in mind no one's gonna be really zooming in on it. So I shouldn't make the canvas too big. If it was something like graphic designs, I probably should, but this is just mostly for a commission that no one's gonna be really zooming in on for all the details. If it was something professional, you probably should. But if you're commissioning artists online, unless you're like, you know, if you're paying like hundreds of dollars, you kind of want the faults in it. I gotta remember that. You want to know that this is made by a creator. I have so much development stuff with Miri because I just stay on her. I don't have that many active walls for RPs anyway. Sometimes the character is just to do PvE and stuff. I usually try to like combine the two, especially because I don't really do PvE that often. I got an idea. I'm just gonna stop turning it off and just... There we go. Yeah, but it requires making a character for that character, and that can be hard. I have one other idea for a character, but I love how easy it is to get involved with stories and stuff on Mirai, and I don't feel any other concept would have that. That's why I usually, like, I have a bunch of ideas, but I really only made, like, 2 of them. I kind of mean Vale, but I do need to spend more time with him, and even then I feel like it mostly helps that, you know, he's already associated with Sanyo. And Sanyo's established so much story and, you know, like, details about him. But now he's got to start, like, establishing himself. So, you know, so I get much character stuff, not because I am not because I can't AFK. I just struggle to get into things. So for me, it's not because I all hot. Well, do you want to? A lot of times it just means like you just gotta get involved with other characters, or you gotta know what kind of like lore you want to have other characters explore, or what you want your character to like experience. Like for Sanyo, she's still got a lot of lore in her, and you know, not excluding the orc stuff. The orc stuff was not really planned, but I've been working on her Shadows lore for a long time, and honestly, like that's like that and the orc stuff is really pretty much all the story I think she has going for her right now. But it's not like I plan to stop RPing her. I'm pretty sure something is going to come up along the way. But I got an idea of how that story is going to end. But it's not going to be the end of Sanyo. So it really depends on what you want. And I feel like people, like, need to be willing to tell the story that they have. But they need to actually have one. In some cases, to start with. That's why I think Elena could be good. Her backstory has a lot of open ends and stuff that I can work with. And yeah, you should go for it then. I feel like that's the best way to like make sure you get like character development. Is like if you provide a story to work with and then just find the people to explore that story. Which is also like really difficult these days. But you know, I'm sure you could get a lot of people in Hearthbound that want to get involved in that. Me included. Even though you took the dog. Yeah, exactly. Especially as we get closer to Scarlet Lands. Ooh, yeah, we are, aren't we? Then where's the dog? I haven't seen the dog. She has Ryan still. Ryan is not the dog. I want to tell him he said that. Ryan puts me in the basement. Maybe not the basement, the attic. The attic's a little bit of an upgrade over the basement. You live in the doghouse. I live in the attic. I'm gonna tell Brian you're calling him a dog. He's gonna be like, I don't know why, but I feel like kicking Alina's ass for no reason in character. He would agree. Okay, I'm gonna ask him. Give me a sec. I'm just getting this part before I forget. I'm gonna tag him right now. Why does Twitch chat have more of a delay than your on-screen chat? What the fuck? I don't know. In my chat can predict the future. Twitch timing is weird with chat. Ah, no. I did all my work. So I made one mistake. To be fair, your stream was like 360, like it's 2006. I don't know, Mary, is it fine? Or you know what? No, I did remember I needed to fix my broadcasting stuff because of my laptop issues. So I was thinking it was OBS at first, but it's just like laptop. Ouch, I mean, I'm just gonna risk it. I'm gonna try messing on it right now while on stream. Fuck it, doing it live. Yeah, it says my bitrate is pretty good. Where's the video? It doesn't look like it'll let me do it live. Fine, I gotta remember to do that. I gotta really like sit and work on organizing a lot of my stream stuff. I might have to ask Scar to help me with that one. He knows that kind of stuff better than I can. Than I know. Scar was the one who fixed my laptop, so he's pretty good at it. I still gotta play that game I played with Scarnon. I got like 3 playtest thingies now, so I could invite people to play it. And I think then they will all get it then. They will all get a playtest key. And then we could get more people. And then we'll grow, and then we'll take over. I don't know, maybe I should do that. Just like organize and Heartbound who's gonna get that, and we'll just play Mimicry, because that's a pretty fun game. It wasn't the game I was thinking of. I think it's also called Mimicry, but I was thinking of a different game. But that one turned out to be really cute. I think it would just be fun with more people, though. Games usually are more fun with more people. I mean, yeah. That's why I don't really play solo games, and I really should. I get bored these days if I don't play with people. Yeah. It's why I don't really finish games. Like Cyberpunk, I really like it, but I never really finished it. And I feel like if it was Cyberpunk, I mean, if Cyberpunk was a multiplayer, I would beat it. But it's not, so I blame a lot of people who complain about, like, oh, there's not enough single-player games. There's plenty of single-player games. I want to play multiplayer. Let me have friends, you fucking losers. I get game burnout because I do a lot of side shit. Like, I usually don't mind it with partners. Like, I was really disappointed when I found out the new Fable game was not going to have multiplayer. I was hoping that, you know, they would have at least improved the multiplayer from, you know, Fable. Fable 3. Alright, gotta fix some lining here. I'm excited for a new Fable after all this time. Fable 3 is my least favorite. That was actually my first favorite. But that was probably because it was my first one. Because my boyfriend at the time introduced me to it so that I could join him. And I had a lot of fun playing it. I liked the humor in it. Yeah, this is supposed to be covered in. Fable Lost Chapters was my favorite. I haven't played them in a hot minute, but I really should. I think like, it's been a while since I played it. I definitely played 2 and as well, but it's been so long I don't remember anything from it. There's 2 that could be co-op, but it's not on PC at all. Yeah. I mean, there are ways. I think when I played Fable 2, it was on Xbox, so... Like, I don't remember which Xbox it was. It was so long ago. But I do have the Lost Chapters on Steam. I don't know, maybe I could do a stream of that at some point, because I don't remember much from it. I've been playing Fable 3 on Ryan's 360. And he has Fable 2, so if I ever wanted to touch that, I could. I remember playing Fable 3 and then 2 threw me for a loop because I went backwards. I went Fable 2, 3, 2, 1. And I remember it threw me for a loop because they don't mention anywhere in Fable 3 and that Reaver was a hero. And so that threw me for a loop. I was like, that's Reaver? He used to be a hero? Like, they don't make any mention of that in the third game, and it confused the hell out of me. He looks so different too. But that's kind of why I don't really regret playing it in the order I did. It was an interesting twist. I love Reaver. He's such an asshole. He's such a little man slut too. Alright, I think we pretty much filled out all the gaps. Let's see how it looks. Okay. Oh, I missed one. I missed his legs. Oops. I'm just gonna fill it in. I'm too lazy. I drag all my sensitivity slowing me down. I just like filling in the gaps though. Make sure that I'm really filling out the whole drawing. In case I decide to do something with the outline anyway. It feels so clean when I do. See, this is why I spend hours on drawing. Get all the unnecessary details I don't really need. That no one's gonna notice in the final result. I should do that thing where, like, people hide drawings. Alright. Alright, so we got that filled in, and now we can start coloring him. I should be able, I'm going to practice a little bit. Set as reference layer. Or, no. Wait, where did that spot come from? Why is he missing a whole chunk? Oh, accidentally. Okay. Save real quick. What's the next allied race I'm gonna be, think? I'm hoping... They really should just bring Naga. They have no reason not to bring Naga back. But if they did do... Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting the Amani trolls. But I don't think you're gonna do it. But I hope they do. But I think that if they do, they would be their own race. Just because they use, I mean, the males use their usual animations, but the women are pretty much obviously orc-coded. But, what I would want as an allied race, though, are the Gilblins. They should just put that in goblins. Just give them the customizations. I'm trying to experiment here. Okay, so that didn't work. trying to figure out how this works. So like if I did this and then I clip it to a layer below. Okay, so it does work like that. Okay. So let's get his hair. It's kind of a little bit off black compared to his hair here. It's kind of like a purplish, depending on where I get the shading from. We might give him a bit more of a tint. We're gonna go over it and then we're gonna try to adjust the colors as needed. Because he wanted it all look like one picture, especially once he has his armor on. And then we gotta keep in account for the throne as well. So let's fill this in, clean it up some more. Gotta make sure we get his eyebrows too. Look at that handsome face, that handsome boy. That's a handsome man right there. I just want to pinch his cheeks. He's so cute. But also, like, I want him to, like, destroy me. I mean, what? The sun is getting to the point where it's getting hard for me to see. Especially when I'm doing a dark color. Pinch his cheeks and oh, they fell off. No, he's very preserved. You don't have to worry about anything falling off. Well, I don't know. His head did get cut off at one point. Like, you can see a stitch there. But you know what? That wasn't enough to defeat this man. I'm still finding places I missed when I was covering it up, but at least now I figured out a good way to fix it. It's a lot better than making masks. Alright, I think we've got all the hair. So let's start getting into the skin tone. Witch head. Well, you can see the stitch right here. That's a good one. He needs that. That's the only thing keeping him a switch with Sonya. That's the only thing giving him a chance. Sonya has always been very dominant when it comes to, like, women. She doesn't like being submissive to women for some reason. I think she just gets bored. I think she's just a people pleaser. Except with Riley. Riley is a lot more submissive. So he'd probably be more submissive with women. Riley hasn't actually been with women. Well, Riley hasn't actually been with anyone. He's too nervous. I'll give Nathan a little bit of color onto his cheeks, probably. Probably give him like some under eye exhaustion. I think that would look really good on him. Maybe a little bit of flush to his cheeks. Like some of the ichors there or something. So then give him a little bit of difference. I'm gonna go to Shadowlands for some stuff, but apparently I can just teleport and start doing shit. Yeah, kinda. You could just kind of skip it if you figure out where the bugginess starts. I gotta remember to go there so I can get the Revendreth Hearthstone for Sanyo. The Price Seeker one kind of works though. I think the better one would honestly be going for Dimensius. The Dimensius stone. I just haven't bothered to go and try to do that though. I'm so mad there's one with Sans for the Epic Edition. Oof. Which part? What am I talking about? There's like a Hearthstone that's like voidy, I feel like fits Sonya. I think it's from Dimensius. Mythic version, I think. Is that his name? I think that was his name. Big Voidy Bad is his name. Let's see if I can save myself some time. Can I just... Okay, cool. That'll save me some time. I wasn't sure if the clip would interfere. Okay, just making sure I was just doing it right. Okay, I got all the skin tone. No, he is no. He was from like the War Within. He was the big bad on Koresh. You might have to do the intro quest, yeah, but at least he could skip it. You should just be able to go to Darien and have him do his whole skip. I think his name was Decimus, not Decimus. He was the big Void Walker that destroyed Koresh. I need to make these darker. Man, he's got some greeny eyes. Look at this handsome man. You start it by going to Darien and, like, you should go to, like, the place where the war chief is supposed to be at. And you should see, like, in the Valley of Strength, like, there's, like, Death Knights scattered around. In Orgrimmar. Well, I don't know about in Stormwind. I don't know what faction you are. We got too many hordes. Yeah, I should probably do some advertising soon. Trying to get just the Alliance side. But the Alliance is never really interested in World RP though. They're always like, more intrigued by City RP. Alright. I think the rest of this is mostly his armor. But we're gonna kind of go as much as we can with it, but trying to reduce the colors a bit. Because I kind of reduced the simplicity of the armor. That is not what I thought that color was. That was more of a purplish. I'm gonna add some of my own changes to it. But we're likely going to be reducing the colors. I got a line here. Oops. Pretty sure these are about the same. I feel like it needs more of this gray though. Sorry, I'm getting really quiet. I'm just like really focused on trying to get the colors as best I can. I love the warp textures on these models. Alright. Gotta take off my headphones for a bit. They're so uncomfortable. Gross. I just looked at my headphones, taking them off, and like you can see where my earlobe rubs against it. Just all the oils gathered in like a streak in one spot. Because the cushioning is just not enough to keep my ear from touching it, and it always irritates my ear. Give it a lick, gross. I'll let you guys lick it, get some Gamer Girl jelly for $10. I miss my old cat ear headphones. Okay, so we got the kind of basics of this one done. So let's start figuring out the throne. Trying to figure out how to best do this. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna have the under. Probably should do a different one. We'll have a dark green. A whole $10. I think that's pretty cheap. Okay. I should be adding 2 zeros to that. What was I saying? For $1,000 you can click it. You got too greedy and now you must pay the price. I should, yeah, I should color that. Okay, then we'll do the same thing as before. We'll just lower the opacity here so we can make sure we get all the gaps as best we can. No, we're not doing less than $10. We're not. You had your chance. You questioned it. You had to go a whole $10. Well, you know what? Now the price has gone up. I gotta reduce the size a little bit. Let's go along here, along that pin here. Try not to get the ones that I can't see from this far, because can't see it from this far, then it's not really gonna make a difference later. Sure, do you mind not sweating all over me? Well, up. I gotta grind if I want the renown. Yeah. I wanted the black Kyrian wings so much for my unborn Valkyr. Apparently it's easy enough according to Google. Bullshit, it's not. I mean, it is like level 30. And after that, it just gets... No, it's actually pretty easy. Now I remember. It's pretty easy. It's just getting the anima that fucking sucks. Which I probably should try to see if I can... No, it wasn't anima. Yeah, I did need an anima because I was trying to get the wings, which you can only do if I'm doing the humility trials. And that costs a shit ton of anima. Because you gotta actually unlock it through the thing. Didn't I make it so you can buy it? I'm not buying it. Unless you mean with gold. If there is, I don't know of it. But, I would... With gold? I don't know. I didn't find information on that when I was trying to get it. Because I wanted it so badly. For my unborn Valkyr. Who I really should roleplay again. The black Kyrian wings. Oops. Might have to fix that. Oh. See if I can just by erasing. Yeah, that works. Oh, you can buy the Anima Fairy Covenant? I think you can, but it's like stupid expensive. I think it was like 30k for like 2,000 Anima. Could be wrong. It's supposed to be, it's a rare drop. Alright, so I wanted to make this black with like green in the panels, so start with a lighter black for now. Ah, damn it. I just realized I never did the panels back here. I could be lazy and say that there's like a place here where it's just, it cuts off. I'm going to have to do something about this panel. his arm would just be in it too. Oh. Let's see. Gotta reduce it a little bit. That should work. Probably a lighter right here. These are definitely not the final colors. I screwed up over here. I should have left a line over here. Okay, hold on, I can fix this quickly. This is why I don't like drawing background stuff. It's not meant to be exact, but I at least wanted to look decently like the other side. Otherwise it looks like an AI mistake or something. I mean, my art is not good enough to pass off as AI, but why would anyone want my style? But still... I've got enough people who would probably try to accuse me of AI if it helped them, just to have something against me. Because it's good, it's not. It's so unpredictable. AI wouldn't know what to do with it. I mean, I guess I've kind of been picking up my own style, but like for so long, it was so hard to tell where my direction was going. I did not know what the final result of a picture would end up for so many of my drawings. A lot of times now they're ending up more like the final result. Like the final result is more what I envisioned. But back then, it used to be so much worse. Stupid headphones. Okay, and then we're gonna go with a bright green here. In fact, no, I probably can't do that. Oh, we could. Hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna cover over it. All the spots I didn't do. Oops, that's the spot down there. That's a good way to figure out what gaps I missed. Actually kind of worked out in my favor because now I can make sure it aligns pretty uniform. There has to be an easier way to get rid of these little lines, but I've not been able to find any that works. At least not well. I usually just end up doing it myself. I'm gonna put something on to listen to. It's really locked in, trying to fill in all the gaps on there. So, looking at the colors, I do feel like there could be some changes we can make with the base colors. So, first off, I feel like this, it's probably a little bit too neon green, probably a little bit darker. Still give it a glow. A little bit too dark. It's hard to do because we wanted that fell green. Ooh, that feels a lot softer. It's very subtle, but it feels softer. And then... Uh-oh. I don't know where that came from. Shouldn't be too much of an issue though. I think we should go with a darker color. Maybe another fell green. Dark fell green. Maybe a little bit less saturation. More brightness. It kind of gives it more of that fell iron kind of look. And then we'll probably add some black here. A dark gray in this area, if it'll allow me. Aren't you letting me? There we go. So it needs to be darker. It's real subtle. It's hard to see with the light. I might have to stop soon just because the glare on the screen is getting really difficult to see through. That's gonna set a lot of the lighting. I also gotta keep in mind that nothing's gonna have a little fireball right here when I start. I'm probably gonna do that first before I actually get into the rendering. I do feel like there needs to be some changes in Nathan's color though. I think his hair needs a little touch of something. I think he needs to have some of that purple bluish kind of color to it. Too bright. And we gotta keep in mind I'm gonna be shading it as well, so it's gonna be darker anyway. I think his skin could probably use a bit more of a hue. Maybe a little bit darker just to blend in. Because again, he's gonna get a lot of highlights as well from the... might be too dark. I know he's a white boy, but... there, that feels a lot more muted in the part of the environment. What else do we got? Stripe will probably stay the same. His eyes. I like the eyes as is for now. I think we could probably make it I'm most likely gonna render the eyes a little bit, try to add some more detail to it, but I think you could use a little bit more brightness to them. It's a little subtle. Now we gotta figure out what we're gonna do for the clothes. Which, honestly, I might do another day. It's like I said, it's very dark armor. Like, honestly, when I was looking at the reference, with the glare, it's really hard to tell what it would have been. I wasn't expecting it to look so brown. I mean, I should have, but I felt like it would have been, like, more purples and grays in there. So, I'm probably gonna be adjusting the colors a little bit, to feel like it blends in together a little bit more. I think his skin will be fine. I think it's good to have that contrast there. But I feel like the colors need to have a little bit more of a union there that I don't think the screenshot is giving it much love. But the sun is hitting me, and it's going to be hitting me like that for like 3 hours. So we'll probably go ahead and leave it there. So we'll just go ahead and wrap up things for now. We'll raid someone. I haven't dropped in an ES in a while, so go ahead and do that. So I hope you guys are liking the picture. I'm waiting to finish it this week. And yeah, you guys all have a good one. Behave. Don't give them trouble. I don't trust you guys.
A purple ghost in the machine, a virus with a new purpose unseen, mocking those who let their guard down. Now a protector in the shadows she's found, lost in a world